Ну, хоп, привет. Да, привет, Сидюн, чпок, как обычно. Я голубые приветики. Санек, лох, привет. Орбитал, Аполлинария, Кулмидядя, Дед Ашкиш. Интересно. Здорово, Брейк. Что значит Ультра Делюкс в этой игре? Пока не знаю. Пока не знаю, потому что я Deluxe не трогал. А оригинал я трогал очень давно. У меня, по-моему, лет 5 назад, даже может больше, потому что я недавно оригинал скачивал. У меня появилась ачивка не заходить в Stanley Parable в течение 5 лет, по-моему, если я не ошибаюсь. По-моему, там такая ачивка есть. Так. Мия Мила, спасибо, привет. Йорч, приветики. Бонжур, удочка. Так, начало стрима всегда тяжело, потому что нужно прочитать ники всех пришедших. Да, это тяжело. У некоторых ники очень интересные, особенные и иногда очень хитро выебаны закручены. Параболи, привет, Синен тоже привет. Привет, Туман. Так. Хай. Привет. Это что за шпилька такая? В смысле шпилька? Где? Какая шпилька? Кажется, в 2014 году... шпилька, игра, блин. Игра. Дакот, привет. Мистер Блэк, привет. Очень интересный ник, да, у тебя очень интересный ник, Дел Голубей. Он очень интересный и достаточно
This is the
своеобразный.
story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427
Стандартная моделька Citizen из Half-Life 2.
Orders came to him through
Ну,
a
одна из
monitor on the
стандартных. Там,
desk,
по-моему,
telling
всего
him
9
what
вариаций
buttons to
было
push,
мужских.
how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came.
По крайней мере, тело точно стандартного Citizen.
Exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Так. Сейчас, извините, по классике я баночку горячительного чего-нибудь открою, а потом обещаю перейти на чай. Это последняя банка, наверное, которую покупаю. Я буду держать себя в форме. Я жирный. Так. Пока времени нет, скучно. Это жалко. Что пьете? Отвратительную хуйню, но очень вкусную. Флэш мятный лайм. Новинка какая-то. Но я говорю, надо от этого отказываться. Я буду от этого отказываться. Так. Я встал. Я пошел. Я вешу 82 кг. Это нормально. Смотри, какой рост.
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Стэнли пора была, она самая. Митинг-рум. О, Metal Hammer, спасибо за подписку. 20 месяцев, нихуя себе, круглая дата, практически. Ну, прочее, 20 метров, 20 метров, 20 лет это... 20 лет, 20 месяцев это круто. 4 месяца до 2 лет. Что хлебаю, я сказал. Так, он сказал left? Ну, давайте пойдем по пути, который нам рассказчик рассказывает. Ну, как мы и должны пойти.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let it ball up inside you. Погоди, мячик внутри тебя. Так, что это? What do people want? Так, что чего люди хотят? Нет, стоп. Чего-то. Денег. Больше денег. Ага. Вещи. Вещи. Но для этого нужны деньги, чтобы покупать больше вещей. Английский. Дороги, фир. Тром-тур. А есть вопрос про 2 стула? Про 2 стула я не знаю, вопроса пока не было. Так, ну, в принципе, да, людям нужно больше денег, чтобы покупать больше вещей. Возможно, кстати... Возможно, кстати, мне придется немного во время стрима прерваться, буквально 5 минут. Надо будет доставку одну забрать. Так что не переживайте, если я вдруг уйду. Резко, но ненадолго.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Extra secret.
2845. But of course, Stanley could, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Доставку еды? Нет, не еды. Я думал, что я что-то не так сделал. Ну ладно. Может, озвучку? Ну, озвучка, по-моему, только на оригинал ставилась. Я не знаю насчет Deluxe. В Deluxe все-таки вроде какой-то дополнительный контент есть, и вряд ли его дополнительно озвучивали. Поэтому, наверное, смысла в этом было бы мало. Нормальные стримы снова начались, периодически появляются. Да ладно вам. Хочется стримить то, что душе в данный момент хочется. Поэтому я, в принципе, в Warzone и засиживался. Это не к тебе была претензия? Ну ладно, хорошо.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape. From Тарков? Это смотрите, вот когда мы пойдем в Тарков, мы пойдем вот сюда, но пока нет. Я пока хочу просто вспомнить основную канву. Что будет, если слушаться? Большая кнопка.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Кстати, а что Катя подарила? Да, я говорил, она мышку мне новую подарила. Ну, там совместный подарок с ее родителями. Там скинулись, купили мне мышку новую.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Так, ну вот я нажимал. Привет, Дос. Мне нравится, как в зоне всех разъебывают. Ой, разъебываю. Не знаю, я последние пару дней что-то играю, больше меня ебут. Кончилась белая полоса, началась черная.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Ага.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Ну, кто знает, может, лучше голубая, чем черная.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Дота, кефир, ну не знаю. Как-нибудь. Черный пословочный недавно. Deluxe, это значит, что можно выйти в Тарков, играя в Стэнли. Угу. Разнообразие лучка. Ну, это есть такое. Ну, так, ну это кнопки, они не нажимаются. Mind Control. Mind Control, статус offline. Console disabled. Disable. Английская озвучка похуже. Не сказал бы. Ну, русская она приятная, но она неофициальная. Ее делали... русскую озвучку для Стэнли делали, по-моему, Strategic Music. Это вот те самые шарлатаны, которые делали озвучку для Доты 2. По-моему, они еще анонсировали озвучку для Fallout 4, и так ничего и не сделали. В итоге мне нравится, как их главред, ну, короче, их директор, я не помню, как его зовут, по-моему, Дмитрий Кузнецов его зовут, или как-то так. Он, типа, мне понравилась его история, как он ездил в Калифорнию, по-моему, или где находится офис Valve, я не помню. Приезжал в офис Valve, посидел на ресепшене и сказал, что Гейб мудак, не принял его и уехал. А он, причем, на эту поездку собирал деньги. Как и деньги собирал и на озвучку. Круто. Хорошая история.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Так, смотрел сериал «Стяжки», да, смотрел. Так. Так чё, надо ее включить же.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Теперь можно и в Тарков. Оп.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation.
Вообще, история Strategic Music достаточно интересная и поучительная.
This was exactly the way, right now,
вот этой вот студии озвучки. Начинали они, по-моему, кстати, как просто, они, по-моему, как у них озвучка была фанатская, ну, типа фанатская для World of Tanks, по-моему. Там же, по-моему, экипажи разные есть, и там вот они всякие там озвучки для экипажей выпускали как модификации. Но по итогу потом решили краудфандинг сделать на озвучку для Dota 2. Какие-то бабки там собрали, начали звать на озвучку не только, ну, каких-то вроде профессиональных актеров, ну, про которых я вроде что-то мало слышал. Вроде кто-то там был известный, но я не помню. Но они звали, типа, еще и блогеров на озвучку. Они Хованского позвали на озвучку Огр-мага. Они позвали Снейлкика на озвучку Баунти Хантера. По-моему, еще кого-то позвали, я не помню. Кого-то из блогеров на озвучку Доты. Но в итоге озвучка Доты загнулась. Они, сколько там, 20 персонажей, по-моему, озвучили кое-как. Кого-то там переозвучивали, что-то кому-то там не нравилось, и еще что-то. По-моему, с Рейс Кингом, именно со Скелетон Кингом какая-то у них проблема была. Там они его дважды переозвучивали, по-моему. А у Гармага по итогу переозвучивали. Выпрыгни в окно.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Здорово, Кадубец. Здорово, смял. Игрок, приветики. Когда в Warzone пойдем играть? Не знаю. Я хочу Стэнли пощупать. Вот жаль, тут потрогать нельзя что-то. Лун, 4К часов говно 2. Да, у меня так и есть. Привет, Айронден. Залезть на стол. Для этого. Так тут прыжка-то нету. Либо здесь прыжок на что. Прыгать нельзя, мне дали достижение. Кайф. Приветики, минетики. Приветики. Приветики, минетики. Какая сигнатурка, на ком я больше играл? Надо смотреть. Можете мой ник как-нибудь, не знаю, на Доту бафе каком-нибудь вбить, там можно увидеть, я просто не помню. Бля, может, какие-то двери открываются? Нужно будет по ним залезть, получить ачивку. Но я попробую еще. Я попробую еще. Я тоже о себе.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here, no choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Да я знаю эту фишку, я знаю.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Мне кайфово. Я бы здесь обустроился, на самом деле. Вот тут стол поставил бы. Здесь холодильник. Сортир так уже тут есть. Здесь можно поставить шкаф-кровать. Ну, чуть подвинуть. Нормально будет. Компьютер сюда поставить, интернет провести.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
Не обновится,
because literally, this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Здорово, Дэниел.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
В галерею там в ТЦ зашли, там пиздатая вещь есть, называется Eat Market на 4-м, по-моему, этаже. Там просто, по сути, ты заходишь, а там, блядь, просто куча мест, где можно пожрать. То есть, я имею в виду Nissan, этот, как его... Nissan фудкорт, а там еще есть, типа, мега-фудкорт, короче, с кучей всяких разных мест. Там охуенно было. Пожрали каких-то японских блинчиков. Прикольно было.
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady
Чужую
of
ачивку
some
на 5 лет.
sort
Они,
shut
по-моему,
down
для
your
Deluxe
central
сделали
nervous
ачивку в
system
10 лет.
and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Так что,
Well, in a situation
так
like
что
this,
до
the
32 года
responsible
не
thing is to
заходим
alert
в
someone
Stanley
nearby
Parable.
so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Чё? Я сдох, получается. Чё, есть new контент? Ну да. Иначе бы... Ну, переизданием это нельзя было бы назвать. Они сказали, что они дополнительного всякого еще туда накрутят. Не, а чё, типа, все или... Меня... Не будут там куда-нибудь перевозить, переносить. Ладно, сиди, сижу. Вот в угол куда-нибудь забьюсь. Вот в угол, все. А, для красоты вот так вот. Здорово, страйкаут. И просто вот проходит 2 часа стрима, мы все еще сидим в подсобке. Геймплей. Ну, эта игра не за геймплей, как бы. Это просто симулятор ходьбы, в котором интересно это просто вот то, что происходит вокруг тебя. А не то, что тут, не знаю, прыгаешь, бегаешь как-то. Стреляешь, убиваешь кого-то. Не, ну как бы хорошее вот время для того, чтобы просто попиздеть с чатом, например. Я это дело люблю. Привет, крыс. Шутка по тему стрима. Заходят 2 клоуна в подсобку, а 3-й это читает. Здорово, Визард. Хорошо, тепло, да, уютненько. Может запустить что-нибудь поверх Стэнли, чтобы не терять интерес? Не. Игра, которая тебя обосрет до головы. Оркус, привет. На самый движливый стрим зашел. Будешь стримить бету Overwatch 2? Ну, я постримил там пару каток. Ну, народ поиздевался желчью на Overwatch, в принципе, и достаточно. Я думаю. Ну, это если играть, то, наверное, толпой. Чтобы хотя бы как-то пиздежом про говно, гейство, не знаю, как-то разбавить общий негатив к игре. Волнует вопрос, как товарищ Сергей. С товарищем Сергеем все нормально. Жив, цел. Ну, я не отжал, игрок, я не отжал. Не, если он захочет, почему бы нет? Он, как бы, почему бы ему не постримить просто? У нас как бы разный подход к стримам. Он, может, вам что-нибудь интересного бы рассказал в этот момент, а я так просто на житейском. Сколько мне еще сидеть? Насколько у меня терпения хватит? Ладно, просто буду ходить вперед-назад по кругу. Буду комнату обходить. Буду хоть где-то делать шаги, потому что в жизни я хожу мало из-за своего образа жизни. Сиди, болтай с ним. Так это ради этого все и затевалось, да? Чтобы я просто сидел, болтал? Мне кажется, чат немного опывает. Ну, через час посмотрим. Булочки ушли из Watch, нафиг она не нужна. Я вот не открываю... не отрываюсь Ghostwire Tokyo кота. А что-то вот про Ghostwire как-то я слышал мало хорошего на самом деле. По интернету. Да, тебе же первым предложили. Да, мне первым предложили, но как бы... Не знаю, может, сайт этот как-то поинтереснее бы подал бы. Может, что-нибудь порассказывал бы по игре. Я-то так... по сути, первыми впечатлениями делюсь. Ну, практически первыми. Все-таки несколько лет назад я в это играл. Когда-то. Ну, рассказать особо нечего. Вообще такой из меня рассказчик. Я не умею рассказывать истории. Я очень много сбиваюсь, очень много и часто не могу какие-то слова нужные подобрать. Забываю часто даже самые простые слова. На самом деле это плохо, и надо было бы побольше читать, чтобы слова не забывать. Но вместо этого я страдаю херней. Ну, то есть типичная жизнь. Типа работа, игрульки, иногда там, может, в магазин сходить. Не знаю, сейчас развлекаться очень сложно в реал-лайфе. Не знаю, как можно развлекаться вообще по жизни, кроме как какое-нибудь в кино сходить или сходить пожрать. Это тяжко расслабляется. Человые стримы. Ну, кто-то назовет не человыми, а скучными. Ну, у каждого там свое мнение по этому поводу. Но мне кажется, меня наебывают. Зато Ghostwire Tokyo красивая и атмосферная. Не буду отрицать. Луцорик, привет. Так, анекдот. Ужасный анекдот. Жачка. Идет Штирлиц по улице, и за шуротом попадает гусеница. Где-то взорвался танк, подумал Штирлиц. А в реальности легко развлекаться. На неделю катался на велике, ходил по паркам и кафе, а сейчас с короной сижу. Топ развлечения. Ну, смотри, развлечения с великом.
Second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey
Для
nearby
велика
who can hand
надо
the
деньги.
controls to.
Велик сейчас
A fish?
дорогое удовольствие.
Fungus?
Дороже, чем
You can hammer out the
электросамокат.
details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Прочитал 9 книг, когда сидел на первом курсе без интернета. На самом деле, да. Отсутствие интернета заставляет двигаться дальше. А интернет заставляет стагнировать. Смотри, кто как использует интернет. Кто-то использует интернет, чтобы чему-то новому научиться. А я, чтобы игрушки играть. И работать. 404 тысячи. Хуя у тебя баллов. Брайка. На что их хочешь потратить? Давай я прям для тебя сейчас сделаю награду за 400 тысяч баллов. Только не знаю, какую награду сделать. Диоген развлекался в общественных местах. Ебался, да? Ну, типа ебался.
Coming to a staircase,
Ладно, я
Stanley
не
walked
буду говорить
upstairs
мерзко.
to his
У
boss's
меня мысль
office.
просто мерзкая появилась, я не буду ее озвучивать. Записка. Прочитать можно? Блять, можно было бы, если бы как-то приблизить можно было бы, не могу. Есть такая и вебка.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy,
Мне нравится
why had he
приседание
taken that
и
risk?
резки.
All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? none of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone.
Да, красиво, да, интересно, но
he wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of the world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Ну хорошо, Дэниел. Но ее все равно вроде как легально у нас никак не купить.
Stanley began
screaming.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Опять.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella? Давай.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Это новый контент? Этого не было? Видите, как я успешно прохожу. Теперь надо как-то не повторить.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. Вот окошко, кстати. Без негатива. Сейчас будет ух. Где будет ух? Привет, очень люблю ваши стримы и нарезки, особенно подарка, удачного стрима и хорошего настроения. Спасибо тебе, Кефирок, ГГХ, Ваниш 458. Не сильнее, хорошо. Тут только рестарт поможет. Песня на «да», а он «нет» выбрал. То есть надо снова сюда упасть, нажать «нет», потом нажать «да». А как отсюда выбраться? Ну-ка, рестарт. Ок.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
А все.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Просто да. Ок.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable.
Оформите клан кефиров просто и все.
Quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Я сумасшедший. И все хорошо. Я не знаю, блядь. Смеюсь с того, что смеюсь. Как это грустно. Неплохо. А чё, все? Все, да? Да, все. Спасибо. Все, теперь серьезно играй. Да не давит на психику, нормально. Я просто сам психически нестабильный. О! Мы хотим новый контент. Откроем завесу тайны. Стул. Лампочка перегорела.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Коробки. А дверь закроется. Коробки. Надписи. Телефон. Комната не открывается. Ничего не поставил русификатор, потому что это Deluxe. Это не оригинал.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Прям Half-Life вспоминается, там такой же лифт был.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
Ты офисный клерк, который попал в какую-то петлю.
At long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Только не трать все прыжки. Ок. Но прыгать можно только в круге. А. Стримы по незаходу в игру на 10 лет будут? Конечно, в 32-м году обязательно стрим будет. Не, я хочу посмотреть, что будет, если я все потрачу. Вдруг там еще круг будет. Бля. Ладно.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Да нет. Записал заметку на 32 год, но... Кругов пока нет. «28 прыжков». Прыгал наверняка. Удивительно. Удивительно. 20. Почему 28 прыжков начали?
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Простите.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Friend. Опа-на. Бля, через эту картину нельзя попасть туда. Очень жаль.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Вас тоже вот из всяких неприятных дырок зазывают рассказчики? Это чем-то хорошим когда-нибудь заканчивалось? Ну давайте, ладно, сходим. Кофенат. Сейчас там застрянешь, и тебя будут ебать.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
О, это что, Skyrim? Мы сейчас в Skyrim попадем? О, you finally awake.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Меня как-то позвали в неприятную дырку, подписался на Карамшо. И Маклин сжигалка будет жопу поджигать. Тут Вова, ты заебал. И Skyrim. Не, ну это не Skyrim, не. Я ошибся. Это портал не в Skyrim. Ты думал, ты Стэнли покупаешь? Нет, это Стэнли тебя покупает. А, или типа я думал, что я покупаю Стэнли. Нет, я покупаю
Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Премии. О, это Бафта. Да, это Бафта, по-моему. Да, Бафта. British. 2013. 2013. Какой-то мужик красивый. С собачкой. Good times. Don't forget. Memory, sweet memory. О. Сколько она там стоит? 4 бакса? Не, 5 баксов. Наклейка названия ставили на Бафте. Да. Блять, да. Stanley Parable. Buy on Steam. Mozilla Firefox Start Page. Они Google Chrome, значит, не любят. Ну и правильно. Smile because it happened. A trip. Clone. A trip down memory lane. $1. Телевизор Витязь. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. У меня есть это достижение. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Типа вообще не получать ачивментов. Ну, это тонко, это тонко. Старый интерфейс. Угу. Не, ну мне новый сейчас нравится интерфейс. Он достаточно приятный. New video game releasing today. Creators closing down to earth. Broadcast go from scandal and crisis. College show. Enroll. 50% на скидка на шляпу. Игнера причем. Дизайнерская шляпа. Stanley Parable, Deals, Choice. Los Angeles Times. Есть такой вообще? Что это вот? Бафта. Номинация Британской Академии. Stanley Parable. История. Дебютная игра. Игровые инновации. Work in progress. Бета. Интересно. Как я понял, игры сложный запутанный лор? Ну, не совсем. Ой. А можно? Блин. Ой, французский язык. Люблю французский язык. Песни. Как он звучно и благозвучно звучит. Je me remémore les jours où je t'ai rencontré, mon amour. Что это, мышка или хомячок? Маленький Стэнли. Où je me souviens de la sortie de Stanley Parable. Хомячок. Хомячки так мало живут. Немного срут. Ой, извините. Извините. Ici, dans la memory zone, se rassemblent les deux fantômes de Stanley Parable. Nous sommes dans la memory zone, et me voilà pris le coup. Ne me force pas à choisir mon amour. La version d'hier, la nouvelle fera-t-elle l'affaire? Plus j'y pense, plus je te perds. РСФ в чат за маленького Стэнли. И мы отправимся дальше. Нельзя грустить бесконечно. Надо двигаться дальше. Ну зачем так грустно-то, а? Я даже скриншот сделаю. И еще скриншот. Хомячок. Маленький хомячок.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Don't read any reviews, expect this one. А они не... Это их первая же игра, да? Диристер другие люди делали, да? 10 из 10. Давай, Ёж, удачки. Давай, держим за тебя кулачки, чтоб поступил. У меня была краска альбинос, прожил он 3 года. Да. Грызунчики вообще живут мало, по-моему. Майнкрафт. Даже здесь Майнкрафт приплели. Так, а там внизу же ничего. О, Portal. Помните, Portal такая игра была? Как обозвать эту игру? Все просто никак. Дима, не надо. Чего не надо, кефир? Я еще и яйца в кулак зажму ради. А чьи? Персона года. Да, это стандартный... Не, даже не стандартный, я бы сказал бы, не. Моделька, именно лицо сделано. По-моему, вот я не знаю, так вот издалека не рассмотреть, но, по-моему, нет. Все-таки модельку лица они новую сделали. Тело-то и все остальное от стандартного гражданина City 17, как бы из Half-Life. Но вот голова, по-моему, немного поменяли именно вот текстуру лица. А форма как раз от одного осталась. На Хаммере делали, да? Ведь это ж Хаммер. Не могу понять. Размыто. Как вызвать эту игру? Да просто никак. Умирать? Я не умираю. Помню ваши стримы с Кетти. Просрал все. Больно. Столько шуток прокала тогда не пошутил. Ну вот. Видишь, а сейчас мало тарков стримим. Именно вместе вообще давно не стримили. Ничего, вайб будет, там постримим вместе. Снова интерес к игре проснется, небывалый. А пока так можно порефлексировать, повспоминать то, что было, нарезки посмотреть. Записи стримов. Какую таблетку выберешь, синюю или красную? Нео. Велосипед.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
GameSpot. Обозревала Кэролайн Петит. Ля Петит. Козьёль. Что это? А, это текстур-паки, господи. Source SDK. Может, тоже свою игру на Source сделать? Сняшка. Как будто мы сюда рано пришли.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Игру прокал нет. Не. Я сделаю свой Escape from Tarkov на Source. Такое чувство, вот бы мне вот туда попасть можно, но вот... Каким образом попасть? Хотя, может, так просто обманка. Ну, как бы никак не забраться. Супер Лимину трогал? Нет, но я его купил.
Wait.
Будем трогать.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Твой новелл про Деград-Отряд. Да, на Source еще к тому же. Свой Тарк с Блэк Джеком и Джеком Блэком. Я сделаю там единственным оружием и предметом для бартера или продажи будет сахар. Шугарков.
Oh no. God no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Ну просто посмотрите, как там были показаны отзывы от критиков, да, от игровых изданий, и как выглядят отзывы Steam. Просто помойка, склад, блять. Да. Вы заметили эту отсылку? Просто отзывы Steam помойка, так и говорят авторы. Steam Reviews. А ведь так и есть. Остро-социальненько.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Какими-то окольными путями наверняка можно Ютани. Я покупал, ну это, конечно, не Apex, но для Warzone я покупал. К тому же, со вчерашнего дня у нас есть кто-нибудь из Казахстана здесь? Со вчерашнего дня должны были добавить тенге в Battle.net. А нет склада с ачивками Go Outside, который так никто и не забрал. А может и дальше. Как же грустно в Steam Review. В Steam Reviews'ах тут ходить. Дождь, слякоть, говно, жопа. Мусорка просто. Ну так я понял, никого из Казахстана нету. Жаль. Ну ладно, я потом проверю. По идее, сейчас проще будет Battle.net наебывать. И покупать там что-нибудь. Мы русские. Мы любим такое.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Не знаю, говорят, 12 мая. Возможно, 12 июня. Короче, где-то около месяца еще вот так вот будет летать. Ну, либо на следующей неделе, либо через месяц.
But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Когда я учился, никто еще там группы, там школы не создавал.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Такой кринж, конечно. Если сейчас посмотреть все это вот старье перерыть. Ну, я имею в виду про одноклассников. Один даже одноклассник у меня уже умереть успел. Говорят, суицид. Он, кстати, ментом был. Да, грустненько. Ну, вроде все остальные живы.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Там слухи разные ходят. Либо он сам себя, хотя я не знаю. Ну, просто я с ним на самом деле даже дружил какое-то время. Но я там поспрашивал своего двоюродного брата, мы в одном классе учились, как бы тоже вот с ним дружили. Он говорит, что, ну, как бы сам по себе он такой немножко вот непонятный в плане психики был. Ну, то есть, как бы так на него смотришь, вроде нормально все, как бы, ну, я с ним мало времени-то проводил, конечно, последние там лет 10. Но брат говорит, что что-то у него там, не знаю, он типа всегда такой был, непонятный. Ну, как бы, да. Ну, говорят, либо, то есть, как бы, слухов всего два, как бы, либо сам, либо помогли, но я не знаю. У меня одноклассник переехал в Германию, потому что был хеем. Ну, ему хорошо, по идее, должно быть сейчас.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245.
that the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's only how many billions left until so much more than forever ago, which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all...
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely used. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie 9's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie 9. I have no idea who they are.
Именно из-за него мы
здесь. It doesn't really matter, but here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken. If only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it and that I... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back! Oh my goodness! I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Хотел спросить, что просил поговорить, ходил, он понял, что мы тут делаем, да.
Just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you
По крайней мере, теперь, ну, что-то поменялось, стало темно и цветок завял.
Me talking and you saying nothing.
Куст.
Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only...
Рассказчик сдох? Или он обиделся на нас? Актера озвучки жалко, видимо, его в студии звукозаписи на ночь одного оставили. А часики? перестали тикать. Ну, кстати, время походу, да, остановилось. Бля, часики упали. Пожарка сработала. Да, часики остановились. Даже время сказало нахуй.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end,
Трубы протекать, по-моему, начали.
the end, is never 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 the end, is never.
О, конец-то, не конец-то, ж на экране загрузки слова.
Is never the end, 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 is never.
Он сильнее стал течь. Да. Но он заплесневел и все. Это вся Deluxe-версия? О. Нет. Все. Чё тут нового? Ищи тортик. О. Не, мне кажется, рассказчик все сдох. Ну, тут уже у нас огородик появился. Блять, нету огородика. Ой, это мать. Все уже, походу, конец света, блять. Убили деда. Альянс прилетел, ну. Какие-то странные звуки. Мы в Рейвенхольме оказались уже. Привет, Картман. Нет, это гениально, просто делал виртуализированную комнату, на 120 гигов выпущу ее как игру. Телохранитель киллера сейчас, кстати, в кинотеатрах идет. Ой, а что эта комната накренилась? Все, кнопку не нажать, да? Все, кнопка сломалась, мы сломали кнопку. О, теперь вниз. Прошло 5000 миллионов лет. 5000 миллионов. Забраться нельзя. Дюна. Ой. Nice.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Могу работать. С головы псих. Так, со стола. Да, со стола прыгал. Здорово, географ. Что-то знакомое. По-моему, да, здесь уже были. Но мы... Устучать по дверям для ачивки? Не знаю. Появилось. Пойдемте снова.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Здесь коробки не убрали. Новый контент. Мы его до этого не видели. Так, в этот раз мы просто его не слушаем и идем дальше. Ну, если сейчас что-то поменяется.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Анонс. Хуя себе. Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Они это сделали. Они сделали Stanley Parable 2. Сейчас будем смотреть. Сейчас мы пойдем в комнату, нам покажут мультик, наверное. The end is never the end again. Инвестор шоукейс. О, я инвестор. Получается, я инвестировал 2 раза.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Пирамид. Надо так ломать эту стену, что мне кусок потолка на лицо упал. Есть такое. О, это концепт-арты новые. Концепт-арты. Люблю концепт-арты. О, это тоже концепт-арт. Нихуя себе. А за ним еще один концепт-арт. Сколько нового. Смотрите, эти кубики... Это, нет, это не кубики, это свечки. Двери передо мной. Так, у какой диван. Все, идем. А, это мне придется... О, секунду. Погоди, секунду, сейчас. Сейчас, погодите, буквально, не знаю, пару минуток. Надо будет тут это... Да, заказ принять. Я не знаю, что... Вот. Вот. Я скоро. А вот и я. Много мы бойцов потеряли, пока меня не было. Ой. Сейчас, извините, там что-то... Курьер что-то долго на лифте не мог добраться до меня. Так. Много сел. Не. Так. Ну, один прибавился, ладно. Пиздец, я вернулся, да, простите, что так долго. Так, новое лого. Понял. Так. Ай, сейчас окошко. Бойцы, нажимали кнопки на видео. Скипнуть твое отсутствие. Да ну чё. Так. Чё у нас дальше-то? Лаптоп. Stanley перебил. Так, More TCP, Better TCP, Парадигма, Shift Synergy. The color red. Ну да, кстати, черный с красным, ну точнее, белый, черный, красный, это на самом деле отличное сочетание цветов, простите. О, кооператив.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Так, что у нас тут? Я? Этот голос я в Vermintide слышал. Этот вот именно? Не знаю. Так, this way to the show floor. О, мы сейчас будем смотреть презентацию. Да? New features. Даже автобус с новым контентом подвезли. Красная дорожка. А где контент? Так, Экспо Холл. Пойдемте. Раугаунд. Кстати. Вау. Ни хера не построили. А вот и ведерко, про которое все так говорят.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Новый. Ебать, они сюда засунули. Так. Эксклюзив. Кнопка Say Name. Озвучение. The player playing the game. Озвучивание. Hear your name in the game. Name. Уровень английского Криса. Это я.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Ну, давайте.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself...
Ну-ка, погодите-ка. А есть такое вообще? Ну-ка.
Living as Jim,
Спасибо, Клауд.
sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button describes you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Кнопку убрали. Твари. Станцировые качалки. Паша. На пути к идеальной кнопке великовато, маловато как раз. Блин, а это хорошая фича, что-то я не знал о ней раньше. Press X to Jim. Нажми на Джима.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Хорошая идея. Мерч. Merch. New content part 2. Compendium. Кам. Большая кнопка что-то компенсирует. Угу. Маленькую кнопку не хотелось бы нажимать. А
An
если
epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Бесконечная дыра, она не кончается. Так, чемпион мира по настройкам. Бесконечная дыра, халявное достижение. Давайте за халявным достижением сейчас бегаем. А это я. Несите его сюда. Ебелок. Так, халявное достижение. Получите свое. Потяните за рычаг, получите новое достижение, профит, получите свое. Идем.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Ачивку-то дайте. Эти здесь наебали, а? Оп. Да, что здесь так темно? Все. Отсылка к фильму «Муха». Игра по мотивам киберпанка, что ли? Нет, нет.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as
вот
well.
для чего прыжки нужны были.
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Сука. Пришел сюда сломать кнопку, получить ачивку. Кнопку он уже сломал. Кнопка была сломана до меня. О, ну-ка. Надо, наверное, сначала здесь зайти. Вот. Никаких скриншотов. 999 ред. Оранж. Красный, новый оранжевый. The new update. Ray Tracing. Свежий с пылу с жару, такой же, только лучше. Сиквел к... Новые функции, новые материалы, новые идеи. Так. Пожалуйста, никаких скриншотов.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Думаю, 12 племяшки. О.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Мое мнение ничего не значит, я понял. Жми F12, ну-ка.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Ну, я делаю скриншоты, но ничего не происходит. На самом деле могли бы что-нибудь сделать. Но хотя у всех разные. Ну, ладно. Сейчас я в тупик заведу. Так. Бесконечная дыра, она не кончается. Ну, пойдемте. Каким подъем начинаю подозревать, что это Глэда, сменившая пол. Ну, не сменившая пол, просто сменившая голос. Она же и она может это сделать.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Мало ли, может, что-то спрятано, но, наверное, нет. Хотя от этой игры можно всего ожидать. Ну чё, Спарта, ребятки, оп.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Не, ну может она когда-нибудь кончится.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Все, понял.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Да, я постою пока. Я знаю эту игру, надо здесь постоять какое-то время. Судя по бычкам на дне, ее копали российские срочники. Чтобы одни срочники курят. Курят все. Алтура. Не, ну... Каждая пауза 2 — это римское число 2. Надпись на бумаге. Спасибо. Митинг 2 часа дня. Собрание в 2 часа. Но уже не 2 часа. Копай дальше. Было бы чем копать. Ну ладно, возвращаемся назад. 10 минут я здесь ждать не буду.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Почти бесконечная дыра теперь написано. Прыгай обратно. Бля, ну... Ладно, попробуем. Что от этого изменится? О, текст из музыки на бумаге. Хоп!
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
А кнопка не работает.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean... I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole.
Так, а прыжки-то можно только в особой зоне использовать. Прыжки вне зоны, по-моему, нельзя использовать. Копай кружкой. Чё, это все? Ой. Что происходит? Меня забирает дыра. Щеночки.
Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake.
Я не все посмотрел.
Off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Можно еще? Я хочу еще. О! Сейчас, походу, еще будет. Наверное. Блять.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Нет, я в дыру. Все, я в дыру. Меня больше ничто не интересует. Я в дыру. Все, я в дыру. Нет! Ну... Нет! Ну, блядь, они закрыли дыру, сука. Блядь. Я хочу в дыру. Дыра — это интересно. Коллекционные предметы, халявные достижения, почти... Ну, давайте коллекционные предметы посмотрим. Сломал дыру. Да, бля, пиздец, обидно. Карта. Так, прыжковый круг. Это карта, халявные достижения. Кнопка с именем игрока, запустившего игру, мерч, чемпион мира по настройкам, успокаивающее ведро, шарики, эпилог. Коллекционные предметы, бесконечная дыра. Так. Коллектаблсы. Давайте коллектаблсы. Заполнил дыру. Да, обидно. Ой.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Жопа. И все? Я могу обратно? Нет, обратно не пускают. Оп, сломал халяву, сломал, теперь дыра.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Так, где мы еще не были? Так, значит... Так, карта. Так, мы здесь. Шарики. Ведро. P2, блядь. Вы здесь. Ага. Понял. Так, ну здесь мы вроде бы все посмотрели. Здесь ничего не осталось. Там же 1 из 6 было, да. Нам, мне кажется, 1 из 6 и останется. Это так, типа, затравочка. Так, Джим меня называли. Да Давайте к ведерку сходим. Это шлаба в Трахове. Ну, так и есть.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Оно сральное, но я думаю, оно
It's a
универсальное.
much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less
Да,
uncomfortable.
игрок есть.
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket
А я его
is the
всегда
perfect
включаю.
solution. Come on, give it a try.
Ну, соло.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Так нормально.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable too.
Так. Теперь я с ведром буду ходить, да? Ведро — это ложь. Водная ручка. Нормальная. Все. Я просто забрал ведро. Теперь с ним буду ходить. Что за ведро? Успокаивающее ведро, универсальное.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
Самое милое
That
ведро.
really should be an award if it isn't already.
Блять, надо будет, короче, как-нибудь прошерстить мастерскую Source-Maker. Наверняка кто-то уже портировал туда ведро. Как бы игра-то на Source, по идее, ведро-то можно так перетащить туда. Так, чтобы он теперь с ведром ходить. Надо с этим ведром что-то сделать будет. Чемпион мира по настройкам. Не пускают. А что делать? Чемпион по настройкам. Я ж мог туда как-то зайти, теперь меня не пускают туда. Была же дверь. Что теперь делать? Ведром успокаиваться или что? Ведро из рук сперва выпустить, а я не могу. Я с ним ничего не могу сделать. Я могу его только держать. Вот free achievement. Может, настройка потыкаться. Ну, сейчас посмотрим. На это разобраться надо. Тут без изменений. Ведро мне не поможет. Пригуфа. Надо было с ведром в дыру. Надо было, тут, блять, по-разному можно, на самом деле, все это было бы пройти, посмотреть. Возможно, что-то бы от этого поменялось. Нет, я тут уже был. Так, здесь я уже был. Видел записи Таркова с прошедшим. Спасибо. Шмель. Спасибо. А обратно поставить. А может обратно его поставить? Да, у меня ДР был 1 мая. Сколько? 27. Мне казалось, что ты был, Ютани. Значит, показалось. Спасибо, Ютани, спасибо. Соболезную. Спасибо. Но обратно его поставить не могу. Какой триггер надо, я не знаю. Да, действует, что-то произошло. Эта часть на Unity, серьезно? Я думал на Source. Ну просто моделька из халфы. Именно этого персонажа. Ну не из халфы, но именно, блядь, тело прям из Half-Life вытащили. Что же делать-то теперь? Гошлабры найдем, будет полная коллекция. Угу. Так, ведро. Кнопка. Украшения для офиса. Где мы еще не были? Тряпка. Ну, швабра, по идее, может сразу с тряпкой идти. Выход, ну-ка, выход. Е. Так, вы здесь. Выход.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Ну,
Ready
вроде,
to
да.
move on now?
Ну, хотя нет, дайте-ка вот... чемпион по настройкам. Попробуем, не знаю, в настройки зайти, может что-то поменяется. Вдруг игра и это считает. Не, выход Е, а выход И. Крепко ведро держит. Спасибо, игрок. Спасибо за рекламу. Так, сейчас как бы не подняться наверх. Я тряпка, блядь. Спасибо. До меня долго доходило. До меня дошло. Спасибо. Так, ну-ка, настройки. Потыкаем, я не знаю, что-нибудь тут. Внешний вид, данные игрока, сбросить настройки, удалить сохраненные данные. Удаляет все данные и перезапускает игру. Бля, тяжело. Ну, я не знаю, может настройку что-то нажать надо. Ну. Упрощенное управление там было. Поле зрения, вибрация, ходьба одной рукой. Нажмите левую и правую кнопки, чтобы идти. Че? Нихуя. Вибрация контроллера, язык. Хитрые специальные настройки. Показывают подписи цвета. Перейдем на надписи, бросить аудио, видео. Она просто убирает кнопку прыжка, блять. Да ладно, нормально сидим. Блять. Серьезно. Она убирает одну кнопку. Для открытия надо потыкать все. Погодите. Потыкать все, ну-ка. На поле зрения потыкал, чувствительность мыши. Потыкал.
This is
Бля, не хочу сбрать, сука. Не, бля. Ладно, пизду. Пойдемте на выход. Это так не работает. Ну, возможно, работает, но... Или мне кажется, что это работает. Все клавиши забиндить на
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Субтитры для текста включи. А, да. Я выключал. Спасибо. Забыл. Тут дипломат забыл. Стой. Что? Чё, ёк? Давай, я слушаю. Я читаю. Вам нужно изменить язык и текстовое поле. Определенные настройки менять надо, понял. Так, язык и текстовое поле. Также при выборе показать метки перевода появляются дополнительные параметры. Так, сейчас. Так, изменить язык и текстовое поле. Так, язык. English. Так, где? А где вот что? Язык и текстовое поле. Текстовое поле. Теперь не вижу такой настройки. Все потыкать. Так, а где я не потыкал-то? Так, данное трогать не нужно, вам нужно изменить язык, текстовое поле. Так, язык. Также при выборе язык, текстовое поле. Вот. Если зашло в тупик, ну. Стоматологиня, спасибо за подписку. И привет. Я что-то не могу разобраться. Просто я вот читаю твое. Йок, вот вам нужно изменить язык и текстовое поле. Язык, как бы понятно, здесь меняется, а текстовое поле. Также при выборе показать метки перевода. Метки перевода, блин. Метки перевода, не понимаю ни черта. Метки объектов. Ну, блин, это сложно на самом деле. Мне не получается. Что-то вот нужны настройки. Точнее, сделать так, как надо. К сожалению, наверное, тогда не посмотрим. Я, наверное, дальше продвинусь, иначе так мой долг. Потрогай все ползунки в настройках от максимума до минимума, просто останавливаясь на каждом числе. Резко Вольфштайн, молодая кровь. Так, сейчас. Пробую заново сейчас все, короче, потыкать. Поле зрения. 70. Фитнес-мыши. Так, внешний вид. English. Обратно вернули. Нажали, нажали. Средний, большой. Средний. Прозрачность фона. Стрелочками языки все перебери. Сейчас. О! Ой. Кнопку подстойку в приемную, да, в хранилище. Так, все галочки проставь еще. Блин, заново надо. Оп, оп, оп. Я просто забыл. Так. Оп. Оп, оп. Так, 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 так. Это мы надолго. Есть способ закрыть дверь. Открыть дверь, зайти в настройки игры, вручную настроить каждый ползунок меню на все возможные значения. К сожалению, вы не можете просто перетаскивать ползунки значения одного в другой. Вы должны использовать клавиши со стрелками, джойстиком медленно отрегулировать значение каждого ползунка на единицу, дать ему некоторое время, а затем повторить процесс, пока ползунок не остановится на всех возможных значениях. Вы должны сделать это с каждым ползунком. Бля. Короче. Извините, я ленивый, поэтому пойдемте дальше. Тотор. Поэтому пойдем дальше. Ну, на самом деле, как-то они заморочились вот с этой вот штукой. Ну, может, ну его нахуй как бы. Да-да-да. Тоттердам де Пари.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Куда? Нихуя Inception, блять. Или как это? Просто, блин, не знаю, фильм Нолана какой-то.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Ведро. Игра заиграла новыми красками. Реально, как будто в сиквел играю. Столько всего нового. Комната, новый контент пропала. Ну, мы, по сути, уже в новой игре.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ну, давайте снова по тому пути сходим, может, что-то новое будет. New Game Plus. New Gay Plus. Gay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Уют и тепло ведра.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley.
Nice.
Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
let him have it.
Да, я с этим ведром с детства дружу. Им-то как я нормально, у меня шиза.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take our hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Везете мне бы личное сраное ведро. Ну, у меня еще и с наклейками оно. Но это, как бы, это моя собственность даже. Ведро собственности. Хотя друг не может быть собственностью. Если друг захочет уйти, его надо отпустить. Ведро же мне друг. Но я не хочу отпускать ведро. Как быть?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
А если я вниз пойду? Меня почему-то тянет вниз.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Кроме шуток. Плохо, мне тоже. Бля, мне показалось, что тут пробежала эта труба.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Ведро посмотрел на него.
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Где моё ведро?
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Ведро в его дыре. Ну-ка, поменяется эта сцена как-нибудь?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought. And she hugged her
ничего бы не
own
случилось, если бы он взял с собой ведро.
But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work.
А это ее ведро, это не наше ведро.
Absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Ну, сейчас все сделаем, да. Сейчас все сделаем.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had sent Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Ну, блин, я так надеялся новые наклейки.
You can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
No stickers. Ну, sticky finger.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Execute. Полет начальника. А чё надписи не переводятся? Показывать метки объектов. Блин, не переводит. Because the boss, no... The boss say go away. The boss... Ничего не... Ну ладно. Экстрим. Хотите, я вас научу экстремально срать?
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Отлично. Ну что, учимся экстремально срать. Потом будешь экстремально запрещать срать. О. Бизнес-стратегия. Панду-то за шо? А я мог на низ нажать. А и куда ехать? А если наверх? Экстрим в том, что толчки начальника и толчка. А это секрет. И это мы еще с вами в правую дверь не входили. Сколько тут всяких развилок, пиздец. Что если вниз поехать? И это мы еще к боссу не заходили. Да, игрок, ты помнишь эту историю? Экстрим это да, это высасывать дерьмище пылесосом. Привет, Жаба. Все. А мы все помним. Как такое забыл? Ну да. Я вот до сих пор не забыл. Пам. Че, заперший сайенс, поднимаемся, что так долго? Ну, надо ждать, наверное. Я скоро. Мне кажется, надо кнопку нажать. Нет. Вот примерно столько же времени ко мне поднимался курьер. Мы это время что, все не ехали, что ли? Ай, блядь, какой пиздец! Ёбаный в рот! Мы тряслись в лифте. Всем привет, это после четверга. Ага. Мяу.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. $2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Блин. Так, 2, 8, 4, 5. Проще позвонить, чем у кого-то занимать. 8800.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Так. Унк плюс. Сус. Лоадинг.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Ой, а что-то мы, по-моему, не там, где мы должны быть, или там, где мы должны быть, но не должны быть.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Ну давайте посмотрим, что будет с ведром дальше. По обычному сценарию опять.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Не надо, не надо. Все будет хорошо, ведерочка, все будет хорошо. Все хорошо, ведерко.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
У меня и так слабый ум.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Я не знаю, им надо мерч
But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
and as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Дерзкий комментарий от ведра. 5. Погодите. 1, 2, 5. Три. А где 4? Не, а 3 где? А, нет, стоп. А, да. Все. Тупой. Раз. 2. Раз, 2. 3. Надо как-то питание включить. А, ну вот, как бы там питание включается. Facility Power. Ну-ка. Mind Control. Комплекс на паузе. Ждем ввода.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
А, ну это понял, если я включу свет. Но off пока. А потом сейчас еще раз все приближимся и включим.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Ждем.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Больше, чем друг.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Понятно, с ведерком меня никто отсюда не
How long
выпустит
was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Не, кстати. А если я возьму ведро?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Не, ну прыгну с ним в окно. Интересно.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history. of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it! You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Какой пиздец.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Он увидел некоторое дерьмо, оно воевало. Нет, так-то нажать не получится. Найдете их все, получите награду. Понял. А когда мы уже пойдем направо? Но мы еще не все...
Stanley, we must move on
мы
from
пока
this
еще не все варианты
simply because I
посмотрели.
have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ну-ка, там говорите, ничего нового. Все по-старому, насрано. Музыкальная разрядка небольшая. После того, что мы увидели. Бля, ну хорошо, на самом деле расслабляют. Сейчас бы кофейка По сути, вся наша жизнь — это как поездка в лифте. Бесконечная поездка в лифте. В никуда. Вроде бы ты всю жизнь движешься, куда-то перемещаешься. На деле ты останавливаешься и понимаешь, что ты так и не двинулся вперед. Когда всякая вайп либо в мае, либо в июле. Спить пивку или нет?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Да ладно. Хотя на всю жизнь это поездки в лифте, это БФ-2042. О, поездки в лифте 2042 классные были. Конечно, это исправили вроде, но было классно. Классно было.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
The bucket is alive.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Ведро, которое на перо посадили.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Хочу кофе, но это сейчас надо
The bucket had
чайник
never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Выбрать из того количества, что у нас есть. У нас много
Was the
всякого
bucket
кофе.
under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Обычного
Had the bucket been
гранулах
told to do things it didn't wish to do?
растворимого.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raised furiously in Stanley's.
Я не хочу его заставлять надолго. Понимаешь, я и так вас оставил надолго, пока курьера встречал.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Жизнь — это ведро для
But here
говна,
was
а ты
the
пьешь из
proof,
него
the
кофе.
heart of the operation.
Сейчас
Controls
включим свет,
labeled with
посмотрим,
emotions,
что будет.
happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Солы милые, да. А! Да блядь! Да блядь!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and
несемся туда снова,
He'd never be alone again.
Мне кажется, это не все.
Not with the bucket
Не бери.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Мне кажется, если не брать ведро, то все пойдет по старому сценарию, ну, по тому, как было в оригинале, да, все инстинкту перфекциониста. Понял. Новое обновление, ну, типа.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Здесь в окно. Ведро замедленного действия.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Несемся, просто несемся. Оп. А если мы не будем смотреть на птичек, можно будет, наверное, пойти назад. Если дверь, конечно, не закроется, да, спидран пошел. Ну, как бы изучать будем, когда в Escape там пойдем, все такое. Свет не надо включать, надо...
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Типа свет включить, ну там это ж он, кнопка он, надо нажать кнопку он,
тогда что будет. On an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Но если одно выдра, то много выдра. Ща.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
Посмотрим, если вариант не рабочий, то просто тогда налево пойдем. Ну, в смысле, налево и налево. Катан, приветики. Так, нажал.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
А вот надо предыдущие, наверное, часа 2 стрима посмотреть, там вот будет ясно.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hand, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Так вроде бы они не
Stanley and the
нажмутся, если
bucket never
света
found
нету, нет?
freedom because they
Это ж я
spent
не
the
свет
rest of their
покупаю, да?
lives here
Я
in this
врубаю
place,
просто какую-то хуйню.
flipping through live streams of the silliest
Вот
birds
сейчас
imaginable.
происходит.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Сейчас что-то
And
вот
Stanley
Consumer Returnal,
was happy.
Interstellar, может еще что-то, пока не послушал. Да. Блин, значит я сделал все не так, как надо. Ладно, сейчас еще быстро.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely...
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure
Ну, сейчас
together.
ходим тут еще раз, сорян.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Тем больше он всматривается в тебя.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Чего? На всякий случай посмотреть, мало ли. Бахну пиво, ваше здоровье. Твоего здоровья, Ютани. Приятного пивопития. Чем дольше с моим ведро, тем больше хочу в него насрать. Что она тебе такого сделала? Ты...
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Казалось на секунду, что ведро у меня украли. Так, свет.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Кнопку нажать нельзя. Кнопка не нажимается. Окей. Так, включим.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Сраку в хату, привет, Легион. Здесь же ничего не нажимается. Тоже, ну, значит, мне говорили, что можно. Да, ведро расплакалось уже в четвертый раз. Ну вот, закрывается.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Просто я хочу...
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Я до конца не могу понять. Просто вот кнопки наверху, да, тыкать кнопки, никто, точнее, наверх не попасть. Здесь вот закрыто, здесь вон ворота. Как мне туда попасть? Мне туда не попасть. Настроить, ну... Или если я без ведра попаду. Я не помню, а птички были с самого начала, да? Ведь птички это все еще как бы из первой считается. Ну, из первой итерации Stanley Parable, да? Не, ну Трову я себе зарегал, как бы, но не знаю. Пока кто-то здесь стримит, я вряд ли что-то буду запускать вся, потому что это будет мешать тому, кто стримит, скорее всего. Не было ж первой птичек. Ну, я просто вот спрашиваю. Питание комплекса. Просто если бы... Мне... не допираю что-то. Типа, если я включу майн-контрол и буду без ведра, мне дадут сюда вернуться. Или не дадут. Наверное, сюда без ведра надо идти, тогда что-то будет. Ну ладно. В общем, сейчас начнем заново. Уже ничего тут нового. Блять.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Это прям начало или это... Я не знаю.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Давай, пока. Меня что-то сломало.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Я уже потихоньку теряю.
Stepping
Я
into
тоже.
his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Если что вы понимали, я гавкаю на ЛКМ. Типа... Зачем-то просто гавкаю.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, mind control facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Ведро приглашает вас на большую выставку. Вы подошли к порогу настоящего знания, как и само ведро. Человеческий разум зачастую всего лишь пустой сосуд. С помощью таких средств, как эта выставка, разум наполняется смыслом и познанием. Знание о ведре и его истории — единственная непреложная истина в переменчивом мире. Возьмете ли вы с собой во внешний мир то, что узнаете здесь? Откроете ли разум тому, что может показаться сложным или даже невыносимым? Поменяете ли свою жизнь и жизнь своих близких после этой выставки? Или отвернетесь и будете жить, как прежде, в невежестве и темноте? Привет, Равенрад. Днем большой выставки ведра. Да.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Ведро отправляется в рай? Здорово, ебака. 25 ведер. Ну, я бы сказал, что 25 ведер. Фото 25 ведер сразу. Раз, два, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Большего количества не удалось снять никому. Фотограф на несколько недель буквально потерял дар речи. Настолько велика была его радость от снимка с таким количеством ведер. Тысяча кубики сахара, считаем, да? Ведро с двумя ручками. Ведро представлено с двумя ручками сразу. В реальной жизни такой дизайн ни разу не использовался. Его признали слишком опасным и безрассудно новаторским. Каждый год в нескольких странах казнят тех, кто пытается его реализовать. Ты еще свой кубик посчитай. Один. Не кубик, а шарик. Адское ведро. Репродукция адского ведра, которое так ценилось в средние века, что целые народы шли за него на войну. Какой ужас, блядь. Люди гибли сотнями тысяч, но один факт остался непреложным. Ни у кого нет власти над ведром. Да, один круглый кубик. Что за дичь? Ведро антистресс. Комментарии отсутствуют. Типа вкладываешь весь свой негатив в ведро, открываешь кранчик, и весь негатив уходит. Игровое кресло выбираешь. Мне вот это вот нравится. Опасное ведро. Комментарии отсутствуют. Пещерный рисунок. Мы знаем, что ведра появились раньше людей. Но мы не знаем, насколько раньше. Рисунок изображает древнего человека, который научился использоваться ведром. По всей вероятности, ведру к этому времени уже несколько тысяч лет. Обратите внимание, как ведро позволяет себя использовать. И признав человечество достойным этого. Не мы выбираем ведра, а ведра выбирают нас.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Висящее ведро экспонат символизирует неизбежную связь ведра и человечества. Мы можем думать, что отлично понимаем ведро, но всегда найдется что? То? Но всегда найдется что-то, чего мы еще не осознали, и это всегда к лучшему. Дыра. Ой.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Слева мы вроде все посмотрели. Вроде да. Скромное ведро.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Как-то психическое здоровье. Ну, нормально. Вроде бы больше надо... Не смеюсь.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind.
the bucket was wrong, Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Фигурка.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figurines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figurines. None of us can.
Ужас. Что если я спрыгну?
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Наратор-диалог. Наратор-диалог. Рассказчика кассеты. Есть порно-синдром? Наверняка.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. Yes. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Сейчас. Что бы вы сделали, если вам дали бы час с ведром?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Смотри, но не трогай.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Мне не нравится это. Ну ладно. Иди, ну уже сходил.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Какого хуя?
Is this a bucket? Correct.
What?
This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket. But Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Тебе есть ведро? Вот надо бы после этого приобрести, хочется что-то. Диктор громче меня? Да? Не знаю. говорили, что я перекрикиваю. Один человек написал, что перекрикиваю этого.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Я могу. Телефон.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now? Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Sure. Типа назад.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and watch that instructional video again.
Нет.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Блять.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
А если еще раз?
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
No.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Хуяр до последнего. Не, ладно, нет.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame?
Ну, кстати, да, Unity.
What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this.
Концовка с кнопками. Мы ее проходили.
Jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good, said the bucket.
Okay,
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
вроде
asked.
поиграл, поражал что-то, но недолго, там часа 2, по-моему, и то, наверное, не все увидел.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Симпатичная квартирка. Студия. Типа.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Нельзя.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Блин, красиво.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
А сейчас мы будем заниматься сексом.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Ну... Не могу понять, откуда.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Ну, типа, что-то вроде продукты какие-то. Силуэты. Всего 1 грамм того простого вещества и может заниматься своими прихотями с ведром всю ночь. Прихотями, блять, прихвостнями. А что делать-то с ведром? Ладно, давайте без ведра пойдем.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that... And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Worldwide leaderboard. А я где? В смысле я? Игра опускает. Да. Мертвая крыска, чё? Эта игра что-то знает. В смысле, блядь? Дима в 2 местах сразу. Пиздец. Ладно. А если я нормально оценю?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Блядь, плохо. Ладно, пусть сгорит нахуй.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh, Firewatch.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
В оригинале был Майнкрафт. Не разработчики Firewatch, не. Это интересно, конечно, они придумали. А я не могу здесь что-то потрогать? Что-нибудь произойдет, может быть? Наверное, нет.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Ебать.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Не, ускоряться нельзя.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Какой сюр.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. see how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much, but who knows? You're an inventive kid, you'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Ну, Rocket League, да. А чё, и всё? Он меня бросил.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Ну, может, договорились.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Можно дальше упасть. О. А это мы где? Уже на какой-то Half-Life смахивает. Хорошо, проверю. Блин. Тут и запутаться не тяжело. Забил себя в синеврот, у тебя в штанах было 2 мяча, так что счет 3-3.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Рефанд уже не получится. Я больше 4 часов, точнее, уже больше 2 часов играю. Я бы не сказал, что ведерко пропало, но...
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figlers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Опять в Skyrim отправляемся. Вау. Нет, опять что ли придется смотреть на могилку хомячка. На это настоящий алтын за 35 тысяч. И шлем килл щели, надо покрасить. Ну там алтын можно в этих там всяких магазах там найти. Не знаю, насколько он настоящий, но там он, в принципе, не такой дорогой. Ну там, скорее всего, реплика, она 1008, по-моему, стоит. Не, рефандить я не собираюсь.
Here's where it all began. The First Collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Семь. Собрали даже больше, чем надо.
And here was a second Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Этот шлем войну прошел. Ой.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Ну, в туалете. В кабинете босса не было статуэтки.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Какой пиздец.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Блять, Windows Movie Maker. Кто помнит эту парашу, кто в ней ролики делал?
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Какой ужас. Пиздец. Так. И чё? Дальше тогда? Не, ну это прикольно. Так. Thanks for watching. О!
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Ну, типа в красненькую войдем. Ну, как бы тут 5 вариантов нету больше. Вы в моменте. Я в моменте.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Куда? 13. Что происходит? А ну, крови, Дора, ты ему до сих пор веришь? Ага. Ну, он что-то замышляет.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Ой, блядь. Какой пиздец.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
В кабинет начальника нельзя. Ну, надо было попробовать.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Так, мы вернулись к тому, с чего начинали.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not sure, I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Да, я вижу, да, дверь. Мыльная облачко, да ладно. Спокойствием и тишиной, Акток. Здесь тут вообще есть какой-нибудь тру-эндинг? Да. Ну, труш, наверное, не сможем открыть, я не знаю. Тройник, обновить игру и не запускать ее 10 лет. Потом включить и получить ачивмент. Ну, типа напоминают ту лавовую лампу. Вроде такого. Иногда, кажется, они формируют пупысю. Ну, не знаю, игрок, я пупысю. Ладно, я увидел пупысю. Ну, мне интересно, бесконечно здесь это происходит или нет? Погнали прыгать сейчас, погоди. Ну тут уже повторяться начало, да? Ладно, хорошо, давайте в дверь. Матисное умиротворение.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Что не так?
Right. Where were we?
Пойдем.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
И что падать?
No! Oh, thank God. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Вот они, конечно, хитрецы. На Unity перенесли все ассеты из Half-Life, а? Ну, наверное, конечно, что-то еще сами здесь наделали, естественно. Тут много чего нового. И того, чего не было в Half-Life. Вот они хитрецы-то, а? Основу-то с Half-Life взяли.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Интересно. А что мы еще не пробовали? Я знаю, что мы еще не пробовали. Без ведра пойти наверх. И кнопки там понажимать. Дверь в офис закрывал. Ой. Там у лифта есть концовка, где мониторы.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today.
Изнутри.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed. Then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Ладно, я думал тут...
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Блять, надо было не оставаться. И опять закрыться. Посмотреть, что будет.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
И вот это можно было бы с ведерком, блин, еще сделать. Ну-ка.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Stanley
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Согласен.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
А, подсобка любит меня. Это подсобка.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Это он про ведро. Шлюхи есть шлюхи, согласен. Кто проектировал этот коридор? Это ужас.
Don't you get it, Stanley? we need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Что происходит? Это что, Halo?
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Я убил уничтожитель ведер своим бездействием. Какой сюр. Так, а что будет, если
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely... Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
What?
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Я не могу, я не смог. Почему?
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Ты, кстати, смог залезть на ведерке слева. Сможешь перелезть? Не знаю. Ну, блин, наверное, ведерко не уничтожить. Опять я здесь.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Is Stanley without the bucket really Stanley at all? No. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly...
Да,
oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Просто Катя еще пришла. Она сейчас отдыхать легла после работы.
Let's see, we went down,
что, наверное, эту
right,
концовку
left,
смотрим.
down, left,
Всё.
right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Да, вот эта игра сплошные концовки, их очень много.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Да, 5 часов почти.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Сюда.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ведёрка-то больше нет. Где мне ведёрку теперь брать?
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Ведёрку опустили, наверное. Дай мне ведёрку обратно.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so... Good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Escape from office. Ну ладно, идем по линии.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Папоротник. Вкусно. Ой. Вау, игрок, спасибо за 200. Вау, еще и с оплатой комиссии. Сексуально.
WW. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
Спасибо.
Is any of this ringing a bell?
Стараюсь. Знаешь, как у меня мозг разживился за этот стрим, это пиздец. Мне пора бы на лечение собирать. Не, игра прекрасная, но мозгу пизда. Спасибо еще раз.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? After we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore, to hell with it. Restart.
Сколько что-то мне вдруг пора. Ой, я не знаю, доктор, я не знаю.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I'm fine.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere. which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you... Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go, oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Дайте мозг расслабить. Дайте я сейчас пописать быстро сбегаю и закончим. Сейчас. если попить налью тут. У меня Байкал. А нет, не Байкал. Пока откладывается, надо колу допить. Да, 5 часов я уже в это играю, сидю, я знаю. Не, ну это пиздатый экспириенс, но на самом деле из-за него вытекают мозги.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Я столько диалогов, точнее монологов в своей жизни не слышу. Что? Чё?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Вот Stanley Parable, да.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Катышек в пупке. Привет. Я тоже не гадал, что ты не даешь мне реплику списать. А у них есть вторая игра еще?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Beginner's Guide. Впервые слышу. Надо посмотреть будет.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Цвет, номер на экран показывает. Так, цвет. Ладно, сейчас посмотрим.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Показывает 2 минуты. И номер на экране.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Блин, ну терминалы-то разные.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Почему я не беру с собой сраное ведро? Потому что с ним не получится здесь ничего больше сделать. То, что здесь можно было с ним сделать, мы уже все посмотрели. Номер большой кнопки, цвет маленькой. Номер большой кнопки и цвет маленькой. А потом на 3 тебе показывают 4 номера для активации красной. Понял.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Тяжко. Так, ладно. Сейчас. Что там? Номер большой кнопки и цвет маленькой. Потом на 3 тебе показывают 4 номера для активации красной.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Кнопок-то там много.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you. It's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Yes. But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Как это пройти? Вообще.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Желяк вообще какой-то.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Может, надо не как раз сдохнуть, потому что, ну, типа, каждый раз что-то меняется при входе в кабинет начальника.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Съебаться. Хоть на это посмотрим и, наверное, дальше все. У меня уже реально все, мозг плавится.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Думаю, все самое интересное мы и так уже посмотрели.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Возможно, из-за того, что я себя не подготовил заранее к такому длинному стриму, вот и плавность еще к тому дополнительно.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Прочекать, чтобы не тратить время. Ну,
no, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
Was it even possible?
пройти,
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds.
Как говорят, значит, ладно, значит, не я тупой, значит, игрой так задумано, а почему дверь не открывается?
What's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it on? Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
Ну, спасибо, хоть успокоили меня, что я не так безнадежен.
This video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But do you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
Так а чё он дверь-то не откроет? Он же её открывал.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say,
посмотрели, да? Единственное, я на Escape еще не ходил без ведра. Давайте на Escape схожу без ведра. Хоть на этом закончим, и на этом тупнике. И все.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Да, получается, мы посмотрели практически все, я думаю.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Катя заинтересовалась, не пошла спать. Нет, почему Катя спит? Да, почти
Yet
6
there was
часов.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Это был хороший второй стрим, да? Чем русскоязычный Deluxe. Потому что не оригинал на Deluxe.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Это как Overwatch сейчас во втором части.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Я рад, что зашел. И за сотку спасибо.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
И, возможно, даже я успею его забрать, если мы сейчас закончим.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Там был у нас музей с ведром, а сейчас у нас музей без ведра будет. Точнее, выставка.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
He pushed the number 6. Stanley stood on the roof. Stanley stood on the snow. Then he pushed the number 4. Stanley pushed the big red button. Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Прочитал, есть 3 вида концовок. На левую дверь, на правую дверь и до двери. Ну, у нас была куча концовок. Ну, если кто-нибудь, конечно, считал или примерное количество может сказать, ну, у нас получилось их достаточно много. Но это с учетом... Блин, мы еще без ведра не ходили к телефону. А, вот концовка «Свобода». Концовка «Свобода». Стол «Обратный отсчет». Комната «Обратный отсчет». Без ведра к телефону, как раз вроде про жену, да, не посмотрели так.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Просто, я думаю, уже, наверное, не имеет смысла все это посмотреть. Мы и так с вами очень дохрена всего посмотрели. И, ну, во-первых, надо... Мне, наверное, уже идти отдыхать, и, возможно, штопор разобрать, если я успею. А во-вторых, вам надо уже отдохнуть. Просто некоторые здесь с самого начала уже сидят, и мне кажется, у вас уже жопа отваливается. И мне вас очень... И мне вас жалко, что я вас заставил столько сидеть.
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Вот так. Мы бессмертные. Да, ладно, наверное, на этом будем заканчивать, на этой прекрасной ноте. На самом деле, вердикт по игре, ну именно по Делюксу, сюр, пиздец, крепота, ебота, но очень забавно и смешно. Никогда я так не ржал, на самом деле, как в начале. Просто с нихуя. Ну, это так, это, наверное, моя уже ебанутость, а не игра была. Так что, да. Не, это стоит своих денег. Сколько он там стоит? 200, 300, 400 рублей. Это своих денег стоит. Это интересный и экспириенс. Чё, ждем The Stanley Parable Deluxe 2? Теперь ведро с нами навсегда, ребят. Сделаю смайлик ведра в скором времени. Ладно, всем тогда хочу сказать большое спасибо за просмотр. Отдельно хочу отметить мы Сирене, Елголуби игрока за донейты и за подписки еще. Стоматологиню, по-моему, еще кто-то подписывался. Metal Hammer подписывался еще в самом начале. Всем спасибо, всем пока. До свидания. Люблю вас. Еще увидимся. Надеюсь, на этой неделе. Ну, если нет, то на следующей. Покеда. До свидания.